Storm Dara.
Hello. Hello. Oh, sorry. I need to drink some water. Excuse me. Oh. Yeah. Hello. Hello, everybody. Today is Sunday, the 8th of December, 2024, and this is my third live stream on Twitch and my second stream on YouTube. The weather is quite rough here in the southwest of the UK. We have Storm Dara. I was outside for a bit and the wind was very strong. So, yeah, I hope you all are doing okay. And yeah, let me just stop the music and let's get going. Shall we? Alright, let me switch to the other scene. Alright, yeah, so we are back on this ticket. And yeah, so even though last week we got our PR approved and it was actually merged like on Monday. So it was a very quick turnaround actually. I was quite surprised, but yes, thank you to Mariusz for reviewing the PR, and also of course Simon as well, because he also did review the PR before, and then also thank you to Sarah for merging the PR. But yeah, our work for this ticket is not done yet because we only fixed the issue on Oracle, and the issue still existed on SQLite, and it's not really an issue in Django, and it's more like an it's an issue in SQLite itself. Although, so last week we added the tests and we split the tests for all these special characters and the tests for these for the double quotes specifically. So because this is the one that trips up SQLite, so that's why we split it. And in the SQLite database features class, we added the test method name to the expected failures, so that well, yeah, when the test fails, which is what we expect currently because it's an issue in SQLite, the CI will not break because we expect that test to fail. And the way we implemented it means that if in the future, because as you can see here, we don't check the version of SQLite that we are using. So if I said last week, like if in the future SQLite fixes the issue on their side and then they released a new version that you use in your Django project, or if Django uses that new version in the CI, then um, this test will now pass. But since we expected it to fail, it's actually going to fail the CI. So um, apparently, there is a new version of SQLite, um, which is 3. It should be 47.0. Yeah, I had a typo here, but yeah, it's, if we look in, it's it's not in the release notes actually. So yeah, but there's this commit that fixes a bug in the parsing of some corner case JSON path strings that contain escaped double quotes, which is exactly the issue that we are seeing in Django. So yeah, so that was fixed, and we can actually test it. Like we can test it using the precompiled SQLite um, from their website. So let's try downloading this. Where is it? Why is it x86? Oh, Mac. Did I download this one? Maybe I did. It probably should just work. Um, so yeah, let's download this precompiled SQLite, and we extract that. And let me just open my terminal. Make sure you can see that. Yeah. Okay. So, oh yeah, Mac OS doesn't like it if I run executables that I download from the internet, so I'll have to do this every time. Okay. All right, so we are using SQLite version 3.47.2, and yeah, if we copy this query, let me just, yep, yeah, so here we create a new JSON object that contains the key foo double quotes dot bar with the value of bar double quote z, and then we try to select this foo double quote dot bar key using the JSON extract function, and it did give us the value. And if we try using an older version of SQLite, which I have built into, I think it's built in from Mac OS. So yeah, so I'm currently using 3.43.2, and if I try the same, the same query, no results. So yeah, it was fixed in 3.47.0 to be exact. And that means if the Django CI um, uses a newer version of SQLite that is version 3.47.0 or maybe newer, that's going to fail. Well, the test is going to pass, but that's going to fail the CI. So yeah, that's the problem here. Okay, actually, 1 second, let me just announce on Fastodon that we are currently live, just in case people would like to come and see us. Um, 1 second. We are live. All right, done. Okay. Yeah, so now the problem is if you want to update the SQLite version, it's not as straightforward as like just install a newer version and that's going to be the version that's used in Django. Well, no. Unfortunately, the way SQLite is built into Python, well, um, so SQLite is built into um, it's built in Python. You can just import SQLite 3, and that's going to give you all you need to interact with the database. But that library is compiled as part of the Python installation itself. So, um, yeah, let's see. So in order to actually let me, I might be able to show you. 1 second. I need to close all these other tabs. Okay. What was it? Yes. So maybe I can show you. Like if I have, let's say I have a virtual environment. I'm not sure if it's in here actually. Maybe not. Okay. So not exactly. I don't recall how I installed Python in this machine. I think it's using the official installer, and I think it might have been. Okay. Okay. So library frameworks Python. Okay. So versions 3.10. I think it's in library. Yeah, so you can see we have SQLite 3.36.0, and that's the. I think that's where the library is, or maybe not. So yeah, this is an issue opened by Cartland in the old system for I don't know what's the name of the bug tracker that they used, but yeah, it's been migrated to GitHub, but they didn't link the accounts, so that's why it says mannequin. Okay, but yeah, so actually, let me just show you. This is not in a virtual environment. It's just my currently installed Python version. So if I do import SQLite 3, So I get 3.35. That's that's something else entirely. Hmm. Yeah, as you can see, it's not as simple as, like, for example, updating the SQLite version on your system, because um, yeah, because so SQLite can be compiled as a library instead of like the binary files that you can execute, and then that library file, you can link it uh, either statically or dynamically, and uh, well, Python bundles that precompiled SQLite library in the installation if you download it from the python.org. And I think if you install, like if you build Python from source on your machine, that's going to use the SQLite that's currently available in your system. Like, yeah, it's going to compile SQLite with the version that you have as a library and include that during the build process for the Python version that you're installing. Um, and technically, you can, like, if you know where to look, you can replace one of the files in your Python installation to replace the SQLite library, but that's not really a good idea. And another option is to, sorry, I'm jumping between tabs a lot. So another approach that we can do is using the environment variables, which I think on Mac OS, if the installed Python uses a dynamically linked library, you can add the path so that Mac OS will load that library for you as part of when you run Python. But I think if you download Mac OS, sorry, if you download Python for Mac OS from the python.org website, it's the SQLite library is statically linked, so you can't really replace it um, using this dyld library path variable. So yeah, if you want to replace the SQLite library, you would need to rebuild the SQLite module, and that's not something we would encourage or support. So yeah, it's quite a difficult problem. Okay, all right. So I think what we can try to do first of all, is um, let me just close all these other windows. Okay, so um, let's just let's pull pull the latest main branch first. Okay, we're up to date, and then let's try updating the version of our um, 1 second, let me just save this somewhere. Yeah, it's unfortunate that the Django Docker box project actually checks in the .env file. So yeah, if you make changes to it, you have to make a commit, which goes against how you would typically use env files. But yeah, that's just how it is currently. So okay, let me just switch back to my local setup, and let's look at the current setup we have um for the for testing SQLite. Okay, so that's pretty bare bones. It uses base, which is this basic image. Okay, so we want to compile SQLite. I think we want this one that contains the configure script. Okay, 1 second. By the way, I'm not prepared at all. I didn't research. I didn't do any research into like how to compile it and get it working. Like I do have some idea of it, but I didn't like test it before the stream or anything because I don't have time to do that. So this is also going to be a learning experience for me. Okay. Okay. So let's try downloading this file. And let me just put it somewhere in the repo, I guess. Actually, does it have? No, they don't give you like the pre-compiled version of the library. So yeah, you'll have to compile it yourself. Okay, I'm not sure if this would just work. So, but let's try. So configure. Okay, make. So let's look up this LD preload environment variable. So that's path of a shared object that will be loaded before any other library. Okay. What about LD library path? Okay. Right. Wow. That was pretty fast. Just 1 minute to compile the source code. And what do we get out of this? Do we get an SO file? Or do we not? Wait, let me try. Okay, so we get SQLite 3.47. That's the shell, like the CLI. Okay, but what about... Is this it? libs.la? Okay, .so files are dynamic libraries. .i is for static libraries. .la text files. Okay, so we have dot... What do we have? Hmm. Oh, I haven't been um looking at the chat, so I don't think anyone was here. But yeah, if someone was here, I need to open up the chat app. Okay. Is this it? Okay. All right. Okay. Sorry, I didn't have time to set up my to do like a proper setup. That's why I am still juggling all these different windows. Okay, I think I'm good. All right. So what if um I'd like to add a few commands to the Docker compose file so that we compile it in um, the container. Can I do something like this? Can you do Docker compose run with a custom entry point? Interactive. Okay, how do I Docker compose run custom? Okay, actually, let me just change this to use bash. Okay, great. All right, we're in. So imagine we don't have to imagine. We are currently inside the container, and then we want to download the version of SQLite that we want. So for example, this one. Do we have? We do. Okay. Okay. Let's move it to TMP. And then okay. And then make. What do we get? Because this time we are running it inside the Linux container. Actually, I need to make sure whether the compiled SQLite that we just compiled, where was it? Does it have the JSON function? Okay, it does. All right. Yes, so we have. Oh, it's where is it? Oh, it's in .libs. Okay, there we go. That's that. Yeah, those are the files that we want. So yeah, libsqlite3.so. That's the thing that we want to use. So do we have it here as well? Okay. Oh yeah, we did. We have the dylib on Mac OS. Okay. So I think let's try this. All right. So import SQLite3, SQLite3.SQLite version. So we currently have 3.34, and but if we do ld, what was it? ld preload. Yeah, ld preload libsqlite3.so python, import SQLite3, SQLite3, SQLite version. Huh, that didn't work. Interesting. What about what was it? LD library path. LD library path. This directory and Python. Import SQLite3, SQLite3, SQLite version. Right, there we go. So that worked. We now have the newer version. Okay, so that's pretty simple. Okay, so let's say we have the Oracle entry point, which I'm just going to steal and copy it into SQLite entry point. And then now I wonder whether we should download the SQLite library separately, or yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, so because otherwise, what I'm thinking is we can technically download it inside the container, but without, like, if we don't do it properly, we would end up um, downloading the SQLite source code and compiling it every time we run the tests instead of just once. Um, and then, well, unless I guess if you put it in the base image. What's Postgres base? Oh, it's this one. So SQLite dot tar gz. Okay. And then I don't think we need sudo for this, but let's try without sudo. And then we just need to can we do this? I don't know, maybe we can. And then I guess export LD library path. Can we just use the pwd command? Does this work? I don't know. I'm rusty with shell commands. It's been a while, but yeah, let's just see what happens. Okay, so docker compose run. What? I think it's oh, right. Sorry about that. Right, okay. Okay. Let's try that. Wait, before we do that, I need to copy. So let's remove this and SQLite. And inside here, we place the archive. So right there. And we run it again. What? Oh. Okay. That's interesting though, because I'm not sure how it ends up just like slash Oracle slash instead of, because in here we have slash U01. Um, let's try that. Why is it invalid? Oh, okay. That makes sense. What? What's wrong with this? What? What is this? I don't. That's. That doesn't make sense. Is it like this? I I don't use it. Um, I'm not creating a tar archive, right? I don't specify C anywhere. Where is it? That's doesn't make sense. What are these? ACD TREX. But I'm only specifying XZVF. Oh, maybe. Um, what's the output parameter? Okay. Is it this? Wait. Okay. Yeah, that should be. I think that should be the right command. Okay. For now, let's just use the hard-coded file name. Wait, it's probably going to be here. Okay. Nice. No. Right. Almost there. We forgot to switch to the test directory. That's why we shouldn't do this. Well, we probably. I'm not sure how you can run make in a different directory, so I'll just. What's the command? Is it push D and pop D? I think it is. 1 second. think... Okay, yes. So... push D. Pop V. Well... How does it work? Okay. Right, so... guess instead of CD we do push D, and... Can we avoid this? Well, let's just try this. Yeah, I think this is going to be a problem if we don't find a way to make this part of the image itself, like this compile step, so that yeah, so that you don't have to compile it every time you run the tests. So I guess we can do like build Docker file. And then we have from how do you, is it like this? Oh god, it's been a while since I... Right. Yeah, I think this is... Wait. Yeah, I remember this. I think, yeah, this is what happens. Yeah, if there's an unexpected success. Although, yeah, I think currently... I don't know if it's something wrong in Python or Django's test suite, but yeah, when you have an unexpected success, you get this error instead, which is weird. But that means we do have an unexpected success with this setup. So that actually means that yeah, the test passes on the newer version of SQLite. So what we can do instead is so SQLite features, and then actually I wonder if, let's try using an older version of Python. Maybe it's an issue with Python 3.13. Right. Oh, 1 second. Let me just. Actually, maybe it's now. Now is a good time to fix this. Is it? Is the name X base or base? From X base, is it? Or how do you specify? From extras. It's like, I know that it refers to your image name, like as in here. Like that, but what about in the context of this? Oh, I guess this is the image name, right? Okay, so from that we do what's in here. Maybe we just download it from here, like. We don't need to install it. And right. Okay. I don't know what I just wrote. I don't even know if that's going to work, but let's see. Okay. Can I just do this? How do I refer to the base image? Why doesn't this work? What's wrong with this? Right. I think because we're going to override the whole thing. Like, yeah, what this says. Okay. See? I just want to use the local image, not uh, not from docker.io. Docker from local image. Yes. Okay. I don't know what the context is for. Oh, I think that's like how projects are configured, like how Docker Compose can detect whether it's the same project or not. So, what if the... Wait. No, that's not it. Ah. I don't know. I'm not a Docker expert, as you can see. I'm not a... haven't touched these Docker images in a long time. Okay. Can I just do this? Or I think I tried that. Yeah, I did. Oh, man. How how do I specify this thing so that I don't have to copy the whole thing? From oh, do you specify this thing? What? Okay. That's weird. So it didn't like the Python version, even though I put it here. That's weird. Like, why cannot I use that in the from? I can use it here, but why did this not work? Okay, let's just wait for this. It's looking good so far, so let's just hope it works. Hmm. Oh no, it's not DYLD, it's LD. Right, nice. Okay. And I wanted to use... Wait, that worked? You kidding me? But why does it use Python 3.13? That's... Okay, whatever. Let's just focus on fixing the test. So, I'm going to put this under the skips. Or I guess before cache property. Yeah, the reason why I'm turning this into a cache property, or it's not about the cache property, it's more about just making this a property rather than just an attribute on the class, is so that we can write some Python code to check for the SQLite version before we add this to the set. So failures, and then 47. Okay, let's try that. Why did it... Okay, but yeah, so that passed. Nice. Okay. Yeah, and if we change this to equals, what? What, what just happened? What happens in the make process? Why was it so quick? Oh, come on. What was the output? Invalid default arc. Let's just do that. Oh, I know. Yeah, sorry. Let's try. This should fail. What? Oh, sorry. I need to focus. So, yes, this should fail. Right, okay, great. Yes, so yeah, if it's older than 3.47, we add the expected failure, but otherwise it's all good. Okay, now I need to prove this to someone who refused the PR, which can be done in two ways. First, I can update Django's CI setup so that it runs with the newer version of SQLite, or I can just make a PR to Django Docker box so that anyone can also run the tests locally with the new version of SQLite. But I guess I'll just see what the current actions setup looks like, because I know that Django uses Jenkins for the most part, but we do have some test workflows on GitHub Actions. So, for example, for the Windows tests. Okay. That's interesting. Okay, so this one is scheduled. This one is on Windows. That makes me wonder. Oh, okay. We can also download the dynamically linked library for Windows. So that's also an option if we want to test it on Windows. Okay, I guess let's try. SQLite latest. Okay. And then we need to compile latest SQLite as a library. That's interesting. I wonder if there's an easy way to just get whatever the latest stable version is. So that you don't have to specify the number every time. Do they put out releases? Okay. Can you do latest? Oh. Um how do we get the latest tag? Or I guess, oh, so I suppose there's always a tag named release for the latest release. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, let's just use that. Um, right. So, ref release. And then I don't think we need TCL. Can we just do this? I wonder if this would work. So let's try. Actions, SQLite latest. And let's commit those changes. Added GitHub Actions workflow job for testing against the latest SQLite release. And then let's trigger the actions. Although I'm not sure how long it's gonna take if we wait for the whole test suite. So maybe we need to temporarily change to only test the JSON field tests. all the other jobs are a waste of resources. So let's see if we can just stop them. I cannot. I cannot just stop this specific job. Okay. Yeah, we've we've compiled SQLite, so that's great. Not sure if that picked up if the export, if this thing will be carried over to the next steps. Let's hope it will. In the meantime, I wonder if we can see how the current matrix is. Okay, yeah. So it's only we only have tests on Windows for on push triggers, but for PRs, let's see. Oh yeah, all the tests are on Jenkins. The ones on GitHub are only the linters and the Windows test. I guess it's because I'm not sure if you can, but you can. You probably cannot run Windows on Jenkins. Oh, actually, I think I need to. I need to take a 5-minute break. So, I guess while we wait for this, yeah, I'll just. I'm not sure if I should just leave the screen here, but yeah. So I'll just let me get a. Let me take a 5-minute break and then I'll come back. So let me just switch to the other scene and change the okay. All right. Okay, I'm back. So, not sure what happened here, but the CI didn't fail, so I guess that the export thing, this is probably not the right it probably didn't get picked up by the rest of the mechanism. So let me see. So that's still expected failure, which means the test fails. So it's still using an older version of SQLite, which is not what we want. Can I just place this in a... just to make sure that we just just for testing, so that we don't run the whole thing. Okay. Okay, let's try this instead. And we need to change something. Let me... Is this how you do it? Right. Oh, nice. Okay, let's see if this... Wait, what? No! I changed the wrong thing. Damn. Okay. Oop. Okay. Just cancel this one. Nice. Okay. I made tea at 5:30, which is probably not a good idea. Mm. .37. Hmm. Oh, okay. Right. That's what we want. So, echo this. Nice. Wait. Okay. That is strange. Why is it still 3.37? Um, this is strange. Mm. Okay, let's try this again. The thing is, if we do get this working, I think we probably want to add some type of caching so that if the latest SQLite release is the same as the last run, we don't compile it again and just reuse the last compiled version. But I'm not sure how to do that. Wait. What? It's inside the live. That one second. So where did we put it? It's here. Probably should use a different directory. Right, so path SQLite. And maybe just do that to make sure. Actually, no. That. Oop. Okay. How do we make it so that it also enters? It's the path. Okay, path. Why is it here? Do we need to manually cd to the directory, or is there a way to? Okay, let's just. Okay, that worked. Okay. We are 2 hours into the stream. Let's see how we can customize, how we can make a custom cache. That's interesting. So we have libsqlite.la, but not. Where's the .so file? Let's. I don't understand why we don't see libsqlite3.la. Sorry, .so here. I know that it removes the original libsqlite3.so in here, but then it does it creates a symbolic link from this file to that file, to the file that we want. So we should be seeing the file, but we don't. Oh, that's interesting. No such file. No such directory. But it's here, right? Django, SQLite, libs. Isn't that the same thing? It is. What? Why is it gone? Oh, I guess it cleans up the directory after. Okay, let's look into caching the results. So GitHub actions, multiple checkouts. I guess what happens is when we check out the actual Django repo, that replaces everything. So I guess we can technically do this, but yeah, that's going to be multiple. Sorry, it's like the path would be like Django, Django, Django on the container. But it doesn't really matter. How long does it take? So it took about 10 minutes. Oh no, actually it's okay, so 1.5 minutes. That's not too bad. Okay. While we wait, let's see how we can cache the libraries. So cache SQLite. So the path would be SQLite. Can we just cache the libs? But the problem is the key depends on this version of SQLite that we checked out. So we need to find a way to get the version. Okay, there we go. So uh, okay, so the problem with doing the with specifying the path is that it's going to you're going to need to enter the path. Well, it's not going to change the current directory to the checked out repo immediately. So that means we need to I guess do this. So, I think we can do SQLite version. What? Oh, sorry, I'm stupid. Um, we need this before this. So I guess let's just do it after enter directory. Working directory. The documentation is very sparse. Like, they don't tell you that if you use the path option, it doesn't automatically enter the repo. So that's a bit annoying. But I guess it makes sense. What? I guess it keeps resetting the working directory. Um, GitHub Actions, change working directory. Do you really have to add it to every single step and not just... Oh, this is annoying. I guess what we can do instead is, so we leave that as is, but we change where we put the SQLite. So, for example, put it in the parent directory so that it doesn't get overwritten when we clone the Django repo. Okay, so this should work, I think. Not sure if we want the caching stuff yet, so let's remove that for now. Okay, let me... Sorry about the music. I just played the ambient mix from Splinter Cell, the soundtrack for the game, but so sometimes it's a bit more of like a tense kind of music instead of some chill ambient music. But oh, because Splinter Cell is a stealth game. So let me just stop the music for now. And let's see whether that worked. Wait, what? That was quick. Oh, you're kidding me. That's okay, fine. That's so annoying. So yeah, let's put it there. So after we successfully built the libraries, I guess we need to copy it to, let's just say, right? Where did I put my compiled SQLite? Did I remove it? Okay, so I just sorry. Let me. I just wanted to make sure what happens if I do this, whether it's going to copy the libs directory as is, or and whether it's going to replace, um, like whether it's going to create the directory or whether it's going to just um, put it put the contents in this TMP SQLite. Okay, so let's say we have this, and then we do this, which means, right? So if we do libs tmp SQLite 3, what does it look like? Okay, but what if we do this? Is it the same? Okay, that's the same. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Okay. I guess this should work. Okay, I need to take another 5-minute break. So, yeah. Okay, let me take a quick break and I will see you in 5 minutes. All right. Uh, what just happened? Oh, okay. Hmm. Hmm. That's strange. TMP. Why is it not printing the path? But also, why is the directory not there? Yeah, the thing I don't really like about GitHub Actions is that as much as it's nice that you can compose um, the actions into these separate repos that are reusable, it also adds an abstraction layer on top of, the traditional CI setup where you would just write the shell script basically. And yeah, so things like there are things behind the scenes that happen in the actions that you just don't know what happens. Like for example, um, whether you would end up in the directory where you cloned the repo, for example. If you customize the path, well, right. So for example, for the checkout action, if you don't specify the path, it's just going to clone the repo right there and then, like the current directory, which is the GitHub workspace variable. Um, so you would get the repo's contents directly in there. But if you specify the path, that's going to be in a subdirectory, and you need to manually change into that directory to get the files. And that's not documented. Like, yeah, there are not enough examples of having these like multiple checkouts and how the data can persist. Because also the problem is if you have multiple checkouts and the last one doesn't specify the path, that's going to overwrite everything that you have in the GitHub workspace. So that's why we saw some issues where the compiled SQLite disappeared, basically. Okay. Okay. So it is there. TMP SQLite3.libs. But is it a different machine or something? Why is the TMP not there? Like, oh, come on. Like, yeah, the fact that the checkouts actions will replace everything in the current directory, that's also like not clearly stated in the README. But I'm not sure, like, I'm using a temporary directory to compile the SQLite, but I don't understand why when we reach this bit, the directory doesn't exist. Where was I? Yeah. So TMP SQLite 3 libs. That's this. Also this. It's the same thing. Like this. This is strange. I don't understand. So we have the lib SQLite3.so in tmp SQLite3.libs, and then in tmp we do have SQLite3. Oh, did I? No, I didn't. So there is SQLite3 here, and what's the content? This is so silly. Like, just adding one line requires you to wait for like 2 minutes to compile SQLite and get to that step. Such a waste of time. I should probably set up the caching so that we don't have to wait for the build. It's just that I'm not sure, like, whether that's just going to complicate it at this point, because we don't yet have a working setup just yet. So, but I guess we can try. Oh, shoot. I just realized it's been trying to. Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, it's been trying to access this directory, including the OPT stuff. Oh, man, that's so silly. No, that's not what I want. This is what I wanted, right? Okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to commit the caching stuff yet. Oh shit. Wait. Yeah, I don't want to commit the caching stuff just yet because I'm not even sure if the current setup works. I'm just worried that if we add caching, it's just going to, like, what happens if it ends up just not doing anything because it assumes that the cache hit. Um, yeah, if the cache hits and then it doesn't compile SQLite, even though um, there's nothing to cache. Yeah. Okay, let me see. I wonder whether we can use dictionaries with the description of the test skip instead of sets. So can we do this? This is getting pretty tiring. It's getting tedious. Okay. What did I want to do? I want to test. Okay. What? Why is it not failing? Oh yeah, I guess it doesn't support using dictionaries then. It should fail. Yeah. Okay. What happened? Okay. Great. Yes. Unexpected success. Okay. Yeah, that's what we want. Yes. Okay, that works. Nice. Okay. Um Okay, so that worked. Let me just so just to make sure. Nice. Okay, it uses 3.47. So that's exactly what we want. Okay. Nice. Um, not sure if this would work because the problem is after you install Python, it's going to set the library path to the Python installation library, and that's why I put it after. And I prepend the path instead of append, because I want to make sure that it takes precedence. What about if we use LD preload? Maybe we can do this here. Oh, yeah, just to make sure. What did I do? No, it's here. Okay, let's try this. And after this, we try the caching. Oh, so I've been streaming for 3 hours. Where did I put my water? Yeah. The problem with setting why I had to put this in 2 separate steps is that if you add an environment variable to the GitHub env, um, the step that creates or updates the environment variable does not have access to the new value, but all subsequent steps will have access. So yeah, you cannot combine it in a single step. Okay, so LD preload also works, so I guess we'll just use that. And Oh, I think we should probably just copy the whole thing, because if we use the cache action like this, I think it's going to create the cache at the end of the workflow, and at that point, I guess if we cache the tmp sqlite3.libs. Oh yeah, but that probably would work. I'm not sure. um, I'm just not sure because at the point when it wants to store the cache, the SQLite clone that's going to disappear when we check out the Django repo. So yeah, we should probably just copy the whole thing, because once the SQLite directory is cleaned up, um, after we clone the Django repo, we won't be able to, for example, check the SQLite version. So, okay, let's copy. Hmm. I need to read how the cache action works. I think you can also do the store and restore separately. Yeah. Okay, I guess we can create the caching strategy ourselves. So cache restore. That's the key, and then Okay, let's try this. Okay, it successfully saved the cache, so that's great. Nice. Nice. Okay, so now if we manually trigger the test, wait, did I not? How do I? No. Um, Second. How do I? Where's the option to trigger the workflow? Right. I do have it on workflow dispatch, but why can't I do this here? What? Oh, okay, whatever. Let me just make another commit. Um, let's go through this again. So we check out SQLite. Then we try to restore the cache. And if the cache didn't hit, we compile SQLite and we copy the resulting libs compiled compiled libraries to the TMP SQLite 3, and then we save the cache. Yep, that looks good to me. So maybe just to emphasize that it's only testing the SQLite latest. Okay, this should be much faster. Right, it skipped the SQLite build, so that's great because the cache was restored. Nice, okay. All right, we have our test, well, our GitHub Actions configuration. So I think we just need to copy this over to here. Actually, let me just okay. Okay. Before we continue, I guess it would be a good idea to also, so we also want to test this. Um, yeah, let me just change that back. Okay, so yeah, so this will be the fixed um, updated, well, fixed So let's just wait for this to finish. Okay, and now we push the fix to the temporary branch. This should pass. Nice, okay. Okay, so that's all good. And now we switch to this branch. I guess let's make the configuration a bit more descriptive. Okay. Now let's make a PR just for that specifically, because that's unrelated to the ticket. Well, it is related, but the changes are not related to the ticket. It's just so that we have a way to test against the latest SQLite release. Maybe we should use refs. Um, the ticket is fixed on SQLite. Uh, the issue described in the ticket is fixed on SQLite. 347.0. Fortunately, we currently don't have our current CI setup does not have does not we don't have uh well does not have a test job that uses a version that version of SQLite. A version of SQLite that meets the criteria. Updating the SQLite version is this is likely because updating the SQLite version is rather well isn't very straightforward. In Python isn't very straightforward. You have to compile the built-in library is included in the Python installation. To update the SQLite version, you need to compile the SQLite source code and you need to compile SQLite from source and copy the resulting libraries file and make Python use the resulting library file. This PR updates adds a scheduled job in our existing matrix for scheduled tests, where we also test against specific database versions. This ensures that we test against the latest release of SQLite regularly, but not necessarily on every commit. A result of the tests can be found at my fork of the repo. you can see that the test for, well, that the test test fails, or more precisely, passes, um, passes, passes because it's expected to fail. Test fails, passes, but becomes an unexpected success. This will be fixed in a separate PR. Okay. And now we cherry pick the changes from the actions SQLite latest temp Okay, and now we push this and we create a new PR. As per the test passes on SQLite, so we need to update accordingly. change it into a cached property so we can check like we do in a few other properties. To yeah, unexpected success. Okay. And now we need to update the track ticket. To add a CI job to test against the latest SQLite release. Oh, come on. PR to update the expected failure. Okay, let me okay. I did get I did manage to get it working on Django Docker box, but the but I did manage to hack it on, but I not familiar enough with the Docker setup to cleanly add a way to customize the SQLite version and to add a clean way. So I added a CI job in Django instead. Okay, and it has patch. Okay, whatever. Okay, nice. Okay, great. Finally, so I think we're done with the ticket. Um, yeah. So in the past few hours, we've tried to hack together a setup to use the latest SQLite release, and yeah, we did get it working, as you can see in this repo. The test now becomes an unexpected success because on the latest SQLite version, the bug has been fixed, as you can see here. And then in my other branch, we can see that the test now passes after we update the what is it, the expected failures, because now we don't expect it to fail on newer SQLite versions. And yeah, so that means today we managed to put out two separate PRs, one to fix the, well, not to fix. Okay, so let me rephrase that. So today we managed to get two PRs done. The first is to add a GitHub Actions workflow job to test against the latest SQLite release, which is very good to have because we might have other, in the future, we might break, there might be something in Django that breaks with SQLite, newer SQLite versions. And then we add another PR to update the expected test failures so that we expect the test to pass on newer versions. Okay, let me do that again for just for the clip. um, okay, let me. Yeah. So today we managed to create two PRs. The first one is to add a GitHub Actions workflow job so that we test against the latest SQLite release, which is useful because there might be a new version of SQLite that breaks the Django tests. So this is very good to have. And the other PR is to update the expected failures because the test that we added last week would fail on newer SQLite version. So yeah, and I have updated the tickets as well. So that, yay! All right. Yeah, so I think we're done with the tickets for today. I did say that I would like to tell you about the CVE for the Django security releases that were out last week. So I'm honestly, I honestly haven't really looked into the fix, and I don't think I'm going to spend another half hour trying to figure it out. So I'll just briefly touch on the subject, which is that so on December 4th, so just like 4 days ago, um, yeah, so 4 days ago, Django had security releases for the 5.1, 5.0, and 4.2 branches, and to fix two security issues. The first one is not something that I want to talk about. It's about a potential denial of service. But the second one is actually related to the ticket that we worked on because, yeah, it's about a potential SQL injection on Oracle on the with the ASCII lookup. And as you can see, if you use the double underscore syntax, it's not affected. So let's see the fix. And let's see the test. Sorry, not this one. This one. So this is on the main branch, and if you see the tests, so a potential um, SQL injection vector is if you use the ASCII lookup in this way as an expression instead of using the double underscore syntax. And this only occurs on Oracle, which I assume is because we format the path, the JSON path string directly because Oracle doesn't support using bind variables for JSON paths, and which is what the ticket was about initially. And in the ticket, as we saw the past 2 weeks, we thought that it would just crash if you try to do something that could result in SQL injections. But apparently, if you use the lookup in this way, it's possible to trigger the SQL injection because it's not going to crash. So let's see what happens. So I'm currently on the branch where we fixed the handling of quotes as we did. This is the branch of my PR last week, um, and it hasn't got this fix specifically for the security issue because this was just committed 4 days ago. And meanwhile, the commit that I made, it was, yeah, it was made initially on November 24th, but then we updated again. But yeah, it was before the security fix. That's the point. And if I add the test for this um, for this security issue, and then I do docker compose. Probably shouldn't have done that. Probably should reuse the Python version, because last week we were testing on Python 3.13. Okay. Okay, let's try that again. Okay. So it is an error, but it's not. It's a different kind of error. It says that a bind variable replacement for value bar was not provided. And if we look at the test, let's try it again. Yep. So I guess if we change this in a way that escapes the query, maybe, or yeah, I'm not sure how you can exploit the issue, but it looks like a legit um, SQL injection issue instead of. Although I'm not sure. Maybe. Well, you can technically say the same thing about this issue before. So yeah, I'm not sure because I don't know the exact report that the person who reported it sent to the security team, but yeah, my point is that our fix didn't didn't quite fix this issue where the hash key lookup is used in this way, because as you can see in this commit, um, yeah, the JSON exist code, it already uses the custom delimiter that we worked on last week, and apparently that wasn't enough to fix this issue. So yeah, but also one other thing that I wanted to um, clarify is that this security issue doesn't exist because we added the custom delimiter. It because as you can see, it's also applied on the other branches. For example, the 5.1 branch, um, yeah, they fixed the same test and with some updates to the hash key lookup. But if you look at the JSON exist template in as Oracle, it doesn't use the custom delimiter yet. So this is without our patch from last week because that didn't get backported to 5.1. But this also means that the fix is a completely separate thing, and not like it doesn't build on top of our fix for this ticket, because otherwise I would guess the Django fellows or the security team would also backport our fix from last week to the 5.1.x branch, but they didn't. So um, yeah, it's probably a separate issue. And I guess the reason why this could happen is, of course, because we um, format the path directly into the SQL. But I guess what's interesting is that if you look at the diff, um, we change the code. Let me switch to split view. Okay. Um, some of the placeholders have escaped %s, which means that in some places, well, this template string, it gets formatted twice. So the first one will be to format this bit, which is the column, and the second one is the for the JSON path um, value. And this is not only done on Oracle, as you can see, it's also done in SQLite, in MySQL, and I guess um, it doesn't mean that the old code was vulnerable as well, because um, sorry, I mean on MySQL and SQLite, because um, yeah, the security release did not mention. Uh, well, it mentions that it's specifically on Oracle, so that means having this double formatting, it's not really an issue of itself. But I guess the fix for Oracle was done in a way so that the template is only formatted once, I guess to avoid the SQL injection factor. And in the process, they extracted this method as SQL parts from the original as SQL method. So yeah, they essentially split the as SQL methods into two separate methods, as SQL parts and combine SQL parts. And that made it possible to, so instead of having this template where one of the arguments is formatted first and the other in a separate format step, um, now I guess it only takes it only gets formatted once. Maybe there's another step inside one of the um, like combine SQL parts or as SQL parts, but yeah, I haven't really looked into it. And but yeah, I just wanted to make it clear that it's not um, one, it's not caused by our fix from last week, and the second is that um, yeah, the issue is already um, it's independent of our fix, because so our fix didn't well our fix didn't patch the security issue, and yeah, the fix was a completely separate thing, and it already existed since before our fix. I'm just sorry, I just wanted to make it clear that we didn't just um, ex- well, we didn't just create an SQL injection vulnerability in Django. Although I'm kind of curious whether the reporter saw what we've been doing for this ticket, and maybe they noticed that this looks like it could potentially be an SQL injection vector because um, we didn't fix it in the most ideal way, which would be using bind parameters, but it just as we as we explored in on my first stream, um, we couldn't get it to work because Oracle just doesn't support passing the JSON path as a bind variable. So, yeah. Anyway, that's the security fix. And yeah, I think that's it for today. Because yeah, we managed to put not one but two PRs to Django, but still for the same ticket. And yeah, we managed to confirm that the bug is fixed on newer SQLite versions. So yeah, I would say that's a win. Okay, yeah, so I think that's it for today's stream. Um, it's been 4 hours. I initially wanted to do a gaming stream tonight, but I don't know if I still have the energy. And this has been going on for twice in a row now because I also wanted to play last week, but I didn't get to. So, but yeah, we'll see, I guess. Um, I'll try to, if I do another stream next week, I'll probably just do a shorter one and maybe earlier, like in the morning, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, we'll see. Anyway, yeah, I don't think anyone is watching right now. It's not like, yeah, looks like no one is watching anyway. So yeah, but if you watched at some point during the stream, or if you watch later, thank you. Um, I hope you've enjoyed it as much as I did, and yeah, I hope it's been useful. Um, I certainly enjoy making these PRs to Django. Although I know I complain a lot about being tired at the end of the stream, but such is streaming because it's basically like you're having a Zoom call for what, like 4 hours. So yeah. Anyway, yeah. So let me just put the PRs up. Yeah, I think we are done. I'm just going to switch to the other scene and I'll put on the text and some music. Where's my music? No, not this one. I'll just put a short one. The classic Half-Life credits theme song. All right. See you in the next stream. Thank you, everyone.